That's correct. Good afternoon and howdy, everybody. Today is Tuesday, January 14th, 2025, and the time is 5:30 p.m. We're here for the regular session of the Coppell City Council. We do have a quorum present, so I'm calling the meeting to order. We will be convening into executive session in the first floor conference room. At the end of the executive session, I'll come back out and announce our work session, at which time the public will be invited and encouraged to join us. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. The time is 6:41 p.m. We have adjourned from executive session, and we're going to move into work session in the conference room. The public is invited and encouraged to join us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got several items to go here. The time is 6:43. We're in work session. Item A is discussion regarding the agenda items. Does anybody have any questions or comments on our agenda? Ramesh, I'll leave that one into you.
Oh, sorry, Mayor. Actually, please move forward. I don't know.
Okay. So seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move on. This is going to be a very brief discussion on the service organization process. This is all mine, and first of all, this was precipitated by our Salvation Army red kettle, the kettle judging or ringing, and thanks to Ramesh and Biju and Mark and Jim, we spent 5 hours out there, and we raised 300.
Mia, not Mark.
Yes. I was sick.
Oh, you called in sick.
Really sick.
Okay, I'm sorry, I had your name down on the list. So,
Yes.
we were out there for 4 hours, and we raised a whopping $384. So, the thing that came to me was, we do have a nonprofit organization or funding mechanism. You guys are all very aware of it. We had a subcommittee that met last year. These are the guidelines for it, and I just wanted some guidance. When we have something come up like this, should we volunteer that we have a funding mechanism for an organization like the Salvation Army? Not saying that they would be guaranteed to receive the funds. It has to go through the process. We have a criteria. But as far as I can tell, they meet the criteria that we set out. They do serve some segment of this population of Coppell, probably not a large amount, but they do serve a segment. Yes, sir.
I see your point is two different points to make. The one actually standing there and ringing the bell, I think it's a great service. It draws attention to people in need. I think we should continue that. As to the second point of whether the Salvation Army should go through the process, I think they have the opportunity, right? If they're interested in seeking money from the city, I would say they should go through the process.
So I can state authoritatively that they are not gonna give up ringing the kettle, because it is absolutely a wonderful PR for them, and that's part of their core. So yes, they're gonna continue doing that. And I have no problem continuing to do it for them. My point is, they didn't know that we had a funding mechanism. And I felt really guilty out there knowing that we did, thinking that we could have really helped them out. That was where I'm coming from. And I just wanted to hear your opinion on it. Brianna?
Have we ever, I guess this question is for staff, have we ever publicize that we give out money? And how do organizations know? I know some organizations have a person on their staff that will go looking for opportunities, but have we ever done anything? Because I want to be mindful of, like, I hear you, and we want organizations to know that this exists. There's also a responsibility on the organizations to look for opportunities. And so, and if we are going to then publicize and give this information out, how do we encompass and include everybody that is, like, when we cast that net, what does that look like?
That is
So
exactly why we're having.
There's a lot of questions and some are rhetorical, but the question, have we ever done any publication?
To my knowledge, we do not publicize.
Okay,
So organizations will contact us and let us know that they have an interest. What do we do? Then we tell them about the process.
gotcha.
Those who have received money in the past are re-notified. The process is getting ready to get kicked off. If you have an interest, let us know. So that is the extent of our, if you want to call it marketing,
Thank you.
for that.
Now, even though I'm the one that brought this, it became very obvious to me that there are many other organizations that would probably similarly qualify. I was having lunch with Father Edwin, excuse me. And I was kind of like talking it through him, and he goes, well, what about the Catholic Church? And it's like, good point. So anyway, Kevin, you had a question?
Yes, so I guess my initial question is like, I want to make sure that I understand the intent of, because you said something about, like, you were sitting there and you know that you could have raised more money. Is there anything like preventing us from just saying, hey, we have this application process, if you want to go through this? And that's kind of what I'm trying to understand is, like, did you ever tell them about this, or did you want to talk to us about it first? Okay, because I mean, I'll just use the Assistance League, for example. I know that they're a relatively new group that has come, I think, within the past couple of years and requested funding. Somebody must have told them, or, you know, they found out some way that we have funds available. So, I mean, if there's an organization, I mean, I guess I wouldn't have any issue saying, like, you know, we have the opportunity for you to apply for, we would have to go through the process that we have outlined, and we would have to come to a decision if we want to do that. But, so I mean, if the question is like, should we tell people about it? I don't think that there's a negative to telling people about it. We just need to make sure that it meets our criteria, and we have the final say on that, because.
And I'm kind of where you are on that. I see, the downside is we may be I don't think we'll be overwhelmed, but we may see a increase in number of
Could be
applications. And I don't want us to be overwhelmed.
Yeah, I got you.
Jim?
Thank you, sir. Kind of picking up what Brianna said. To me, I think I would invert that selection by starting with which organizations are serving any number of Coppell citizens. Because if we hang out a shingle that we want to help charitable organizations, we'll spend 4 days in a budget workshop on all the applications. So You know, and I don't think, my personal view, I don't think it's appropriate for us to get involved in charitable organizations that aren't involved in helping our citizens.
Right.
But having said that, if Salvation Army, as an example, is in our community helping people that live here, then yeah, I would like to know that. And it kind of raises the question, are there other organizations that we just don't know about, you know? I mean, MetroCrest is an excellent example. You know, they're helping out a lot of folks in town. Just drew a blank on that health club. Woven, another great example, right? So, you know, I think as long as, in my view, as long as that metric of, you know, are there folks in town being helped by this particular nonprofit or charitable, then I would be interested in hearing from them if they had an interest in applying.
And I don't think, okay, so I'm pretty sure that the Salvation Army contribution to the citizens of Coppell is relatively small. But I'm also confident that they do have a service area here. Now, the area that I actually got more concerned about was some of the other service organizations, like the Girl Scouts or Boy Scouts, that are serving, you know, and so those are the ones that, you know, start to wonder about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Brianna, I'm sorry.
Go to
Bijou,
Bijou.
I'm sorry.
So, last year, for the service organization, what was the total amount we gave out in our budget?
I believe it was 165,000.
Is that right, Mike?
I don't wanna guess. Because there was also the arts that was funded too, so I think the number is higher than that, let's just say that.
But that was the,
It's still it's still contributing funds to a not-for-profit.
okay.
Okay, so my question is, are we itemizing all those service organizations in our budget?
Yes, you were, I believe that you actually.
And that's published.
In your report, right.
And so it's out there on the internet, in our website. Can we then include these criteria also on the website if anyone wants to apply for these contributions from the city? So they know we have a process to go through because it's included in the budget.
Yeah, I'll find out from Kim. I think it already is, but one way or the other, it will be.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, most of the details are in the application itself.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Good point. Brianna?
I had a question similar to yours, like how much did we give into how many organizations? We don't have that number, and I know we're about to have retreat, I know that will come up, but, so I was also along those lines, because from a historical perspective, I will share that there was a time when we had a lot more organizations that would come forward. And it used to become very heated conversations, discussions around who got what because of the number of people that they were servicing Coppell. I'll give you a great example. One of them was ECI, Early Childhood Intervention. And they used to come forward, and I knew them, I mean, they had looked into the process, they had found it on their own. I knew about them because both of my children received services from them. That's how I knew. And so, you know, I could at least speak to that, but it then went through this, as we change the members around the table, we go through this cycle of, you know, well, you know, they start to kind of limit the number of organizations that we have, because sometimes it does get overwhelming, right? And then how much we're going to give, and do we give to them, and how many do they service? Will they only service, you know, 1% of our community versus 50% of our community, whatever it might be. And so I'm all for sharing, because I know a lot of these organizations service our community. They'd have to prove that, right? That's part of the criteria. Scope creep is what concerns me, and opening up Pandora's box, and if we're gonna do it for one, we gotta do it for all. And then we've gotta figure out what we're going to do around the table in having these conversations, because, right, like, we've started to cut down on who actually comes and presents, and they have to meet certain criteria. Well, all of these different organizations would be new, and we all need to be aligned with, we are going to be here, we're going to be committed to listening to what they have to say, and then what, you know, what's our criteria around how many people do they service and how much money do they want or need, or I'm just saying it kind of opens up other things. And I don't know, Mary, you've had a small subcommittee before that's looked into this, and so depending on wherever we land tonight, if we say, yes, we want Salvation Army and we want to make sure that Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, and all these other, you know, organizations, Goodwill, whatever it might be, also are aware that we proactively think about what will that look like next year, and let's be prepared. So.
Agreed. That was why I wanted to have the discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Everybody okay with the direction? Because I'm hearing it's okay. We're not going to keep it secret, and it hasn't been. I don't think we're going to go put it out on the billboard on 635 advertising it, but we're not going to. We will be.
We're happy to share.
We're going to share. And part of the criteria is they do. Part of the application is they do have to service the citizens of Coppell. And so, you know, the national organizations will be excluded from that, and so it'll be self-regulating. Okay, thank you very much, appreciate that. Item C, discussion regarding the operational philosophy for Rolling Oaks Memorial Center. Ms. Belmont.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for allowing me back here to discuss with you the organizational philosophy of Rolling Oaks Memorial Center. So here this evening, I also have Tyler Peace, who's the cemetery manager, so he's here to answer any questions that you guys may have as well. So the purpose of this presentation is about looking ahead and focusing on the future. And so I would like for the discussions this evening to focus on those future operations of Rolling Oaks Memorial Center. So first off, I want to start with just a quick brief overview of our presentation that we presented to you back on October 22nd. So a few key points from this presentation was that Rolling Oaks has an estimated 960 burial options remaining, which include in-ground plots, mausoleums, and niches. And with that, 200 of those are specific to in-ground. Overall, 26% of burial rights are owned by residents, and 74% of burial rights are owned by non-residents. And just as a reminder, burial rights include in-ground mausoleum spaces and niches. So during that meeting, our consultant, Doug Miller with Johnson Consulting Group, was also here to present his findings and recommendations while working with Rolling Oaks. And you were sent that report, which is also a working document for your review. We also discussed the need to review several items as it pertains to the future of Rolling Oaks. And those items, as presented, are listed up on the screen. And it is the philosophy of Rolling Oaks Memorial Center, the price rate increases, the number of plots being sold per person, and the scope of a future small expansion. While each of these items are very important, the purpose of this meeting will be focusing solely on the philosophy of Rolling Oaks Memorial Center in the city of Coppell. So the discussion we'll be having is important to the implementation of next steps at Rolling Oaks. So here just shows a brief understanding of what the impact of our conversation will have. So once we gain council guidance through your vision and desires, those aspects will have a direct effect on the staff decisions that are made regarding any future decisions for the operation of Rolling Oaks. An operational philosophy is defined as a working method that focuses on how an organization is run and led. So in this case, we need to solidify the operational philosophy of Rolling Oaks so that staff have the guidance on how to move forward with policy and recommendations. The original intent for Rolling Oaks was to offer an amenity for our community. so that we really could provide a family community for a lifetime. Over the years, due to the beauty, the location, affordability, available inventory, and even staffing changes, Rolling Oaks has evolved into a regional amenity and has created a draw for families and funeral homes across the Metroplex. So going forward, again, it is very important to understand council's desires of Rolling Oaks Memorial Center to function as either a Coppell community-focused cemetery or a regional cemetery. And with each of these options, there are variables that may include burial rights availability, revenue generation, affordability for our community, partnerships, and staffing. And while each option has its own stature, I would like the council to take some time this evening to discuss the intention for Rolling Oaks moving forward. And so obviously, this is your discussion to have, and I'll start that with a few questions here. And whatever time that takes you guys, but I'll help you wrap that up with some questions. So the first question that I would like to begin the discussion with, that will really help staff guide for the future of Rolling Oaks, is what would you not want to see happen out at Rolling Oaks Memorial Center?
Kevin?
I would not want to see a citizen that wants to be buried there not have the ability to be buried there. That is and I feel very strongly about that. I think that citizens should have priority on space and pricing.
Ramesh?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I agree with Kevin, that would be the most important one. To me, the second most important one is if we do decide to sell a plot to a non-resident, we have to actually look at the cost of supporting that service over the next 30-40 years. And if we are selling it to a non-resident, we have to somehow be whole. We should not be subsidizing a non-resident.
Jim?
Well, I mean, hasn't the ship sailed a little bit? We only got, how many options left? And only 200 in-ground burial plots?
That is currently, there is still options and room to expand and grow, which we'll bring back at a later time to discuss, but yes.
So to how many roughly in-ground burial plots?
In ground, we have around 200 remaining.
But how many on the expansion do you think we might have?
So we've done kind of a quick analysis since October, and so if we were to expand a few of our gardens right now, we could get about 900 right now.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I like the idea that Kevin and Ramesh are talking about. I just wonder how much water's already under the bridge on that. How many plots are held by large groups? Or how many large groups own how many plots? Do we have to kind of break? I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I don't have those numbers accurately to present to you this evening. I can definitely get those looked up, but we do have like our Garden of Sunrise, our Islamic garden that has 1,004 spaces, right, Tyler? 1,004 spaces there, which there are very specific requirements to be in that garden. And then we have a few like church section gardens that are out there.
So those are already off the map? And those are already out of place, so to speak?
Yes, technically, yes.
Because they own all of them, right?
If they're owned, yes. It does. I mean, there could be spots in those areas that aren't necessarily owned, and those are still in our inventory.
Okay, thank you very much.
Bijou?
Yeah, just to refresh my memory, how many total in-ground plots we have?
We have roughly 200 remaining at this point.
Total.
Oh, total?
Yeah.
Around 8,000.
Okay. 8,200 remaining, 26% only citizens of, I mean, residents of Coppell. Okay, so I want to answer, I same thing, I also want the residents to have the priority, just like Kevin said. So my question is, did the philosophy that we had, did we pass a philosophy in the past?
So there was a philosophy that council wanted to see it as a Coppell community cemetery. But there wasn't any specifications that were laid out as far as policy, procedure, these are the requirements. It was just, we wanted to be a community cemetery for our residents. And Brianna could probably speak more to that, but that's why I want to get the understanding from you guys so that we can put it in policy form going forward so there's no mistake.
So council failed to put requirements in place, that's why out of 8,000, we only have 200 left.
I wouldn't say there was a failure there. I think there was a philosophy, but due to the changes that have happened, right? Like, we've had staffing changes, we've had affordability changes, there's just been lots of things that have created that. And so that's why we don't really want to focus on that past anymore. We really want to focus on the future to figure out what your guidance is, put it in policy format so there's no confusion.
Yeah, I understand, so we as council pass the policy, and the details comes from the staff, correct? The requirements and the details?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Brianna?
So I would echo on what Councilmember Neville said, and that being a priority. The question I have though is, so I want our citizens to have first right of refusal, if you want to use a legal term, first dibs, whatever it might be, and affordability in being able to begin and end life here, right? That was what we had envisioned, and that was even prior to me being on council. Because I think shortly when I got on council, then that's when the cemetery was put into fruition. And so really truly being a family community for a lifetime. However, I have a question, is that we still have availability, some, and we've probably had a lot of Coppell residents not necessarily choose to have Coppell be their resting place. Do we know why? Do we know if it's a price? Do we know that it, like, what are some of those factors around that we might be able to then identify and help, whether it be from a vision standpoint, a policy standpoint, whatever it might be, right? Because we've clearly missed some of our citizens.
Yeah, so I think from our understanding of it is, and many of you probably experienced this, cemeteries come with heritage, right? So you have where your maybe parents have plots or your grandparents, and it just becomes a heritage place. And so really in the cemetery industry, it's about finding new heritage. And when you find new heritage, then that's when you start gaining the people in there. I think for our cemetery, being that it was, only open in 2008, 2009, we missed a lot of that previous heritage. The born and raised Coppell citizens that maybe already had plots elsewhere. So I think that's one key to it. I don't have the answer as far as, I don't necessarily think it would be affordability, because I think our cemetery is one of the most affordable at this point in the Metroplex. But I do think it has a lot to do with just heritage.
Right, and so how do we then work towards planting those seeds now? And then I'll end with this. You had mentioned, what do we not want to see? What I don't want to see also is, I don't know if groups that come in or people that come in and buy a large number of plots to then financially benefit from that. And we know that happens in some cemeteries. So I don't know how we necessarily prevent that, but how can we really try to focus on our community members being here?
So I'm gonna take a swing at this one. What I don't want to see happen has already happened. 74% is non-citizen. I never wanted to see that number happen.
How did that happen?
Well, and I tell you, I remember the discussion. It was painful. A family comes in, a family of four maybe, wants to buy 4 plots, but then they realize that they have grandmother and granddad that need 2, and then they have another grandmother and granddad that need another 2, and then they have a brother and sister. So all of a sudden, a family of 4 is up to a family of 16.
So council have to put specific requirements?
You're gonna have to do something like that. And
I
you're
thought
gonna have
that
to,
was always staff did that, not the council's job.
No, just to jump in just a little bit, prior to COVID, when the expansion was discussed with the council, this specific issue was talked about, and the instructions from the council was to keep doing what we were doing. We asked for potential change in direction, and we were told no. basically, through the direction,
Right.
right?
That's right.
So this idea that whether it's not a failure, the philosophy was that it was a place for the community, right? In terms of what's going on. The pricing was structured with a different price for non-residents. The idea being that it was higher, so therefore it would be dissuaded from making the purchase. The problem is our hire in the marketplace has stayed reasonably low while we were keeping our customers, our citizens'
Yep.
spaces low. So from a philosophy standpoint, the council said, yes, this is what we'd like to do, but from a pricing standpoint, the market beat you to the end game. Even when you priced a higher price for non-residents.
Right.
So, I think there has to be an understanding of the context of what it was that happened.
And a lot of things on the list that we'll be bringing back will result in all of that. So whatever the guidance I received tonight, that staff receives, then we will take the pricing and the availability and the plots per person, we will take that into account and make a recommendation and move forward with that.
And one other thing, because when we were talking about this, well, we're talking about 900, if you remember when we did the phasing, this last phase, so when Sherry mentioned that there's, for 900 more spaces, that's based on the infrastructure that's been put in.
Correct.
There is a whole nother phase.
Yeah.
So don't think that we're coming to an end
We are.
of spaces at the cemetery. There are future phases to come in. The next phase, which doesn't require as much investment because of the infrastructure, is about 900 spaces. That's why it's so important to have this conversation. If you want to have it primarily left for the citizens of Coppell, there are structural changes philosophically and detailed that we need your input, thus the reason for these questions. Because we are on this path right now.
So I don't know if you're gonna get to a slide that says what we want to see happen. So I can absolutely phrase what I'm going to
Please
say
do.
as what I don't want to see happen. So I was just gonna,
So I just have questions as talking points, so I would love for you to
Okay.
jump in at any point and,
so,
Yep.
I don't know, I can phrase it the negative if you want, but I will just tell you my prioritization that I would love to see for the cemetery is, I think top priority should be citizens, number one. I think our next priority should be former citizens. Because I think about maybe our, maybe a segment of our population that has had maybe to move to another community to go to a assisted living facility or something like that. So technically, they're not citizens anymore, but I want to make sure that we don't leave out that segment of the population. So I think about former citizens, if you will. I think about direct family member, and that could be up or down, if you will. I think about grandparents and I think about children on that. And then I think it's very important to consider people who worship here. And I don't know how we quantify that. If it's I heard you say that, there are churches that are places of worship that have sections out there. But if there is some sort of like proof of a church that is here in the Coppell community, maybe you're not a resident of Coppell, but you worship here and this is where you want to be laid to rest, I think that we should consider that aspect as well. Those are kind of the 4 criteria that really spoke to me in considering, what we should look at. If I'm missing something, I would love input from people around the table, but that 4 really spoke to me.
I don't want to throw a water on you, but that's kind of, your criteria
Mhm.
is pretty much how we got where we are.
I mean, but in that order,
Yeah.
I think that's important. But to Mike's point, if we're not staying up with the market on the pricing, especially for for non-residents,
Yeah.
that
Yes.
yes.
makes sure that we can't prioritize the citizens and things like that. So I think, I wasn't here when that criteria was developed, so I'm just taking a stab at in the dark on this, but I definitely hear what Mike is saying about being comparable to the market and where we need to adjust, so.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, 2 cents.
And I think you had Jim next.
Okay, yeah, I think Jim and then Renette, no? I thought I had 2 hands down there. Don, you?
It was
No?
both my hands.
Just, maybe it's because you were waving at me. Okay, Jim, sorry.
Yeah, so, I'll be really honest, I don't know anything about the funereal business. If I'd been on council back when we started this, I would have known what questions to ask. I would have known what criteria to apply. I would have had no idea, you know, how to evaluate this. And I really kind of see that we're at a place where we're not really happy with, because we're in a business we know nothing about, and one could argue have no business operating. One answer could be, maybe I don't want to see City of Coppell in the funereal business, right? I mean, is this something that we should consider privatizing and let the pros handle and get us out of that business? Now, if we do that, obviously, you know, there's certain things about citizen burials and exclusive plot access like that we're not gonna be able to dictate, but, you know, I could have been on council that whole time, and I wouldn't have contributed anything to avoid the situation we're in, because I wouldn't have known anything to ask, or, you know, I just think we've stepped off into an area that none of us have any subject matter expertise in, or any ability to evaluate. And now here we are being asked to evaluate it, and I'm telling you right now, I got nothing. I have zero experience. I mean, I've been to some funerals. I have zero experience in the business of this. It never would have occurred to me that you'd have like a church come in and buy 50 plots and then selling them off to, you know, their members, regardless of their residence.
500.
Well, right.
Jim, we hired a consultant.
Yeah, but Guy, I hire consultants all the time. I mean, how many wrong answers do you want for the money?
Yeah.
So a lot of this is great feedback, because this will allow us to then create a set policy form and make it, because I think where we've lacked as staff previously is that we've had this guidance, but nothing has ever been set in stone as a written policy. So then when we have new staff come in that maybe came from the privatized cemetery or funeral home industry, they're trying to run it as more of a corporate business, right? So the guidance that I'm hearing from you guys is that, you know, we want it to be more Coppell focused, maybe some of the same scenarios that we've had before with some tweaks in there. Correct.
I would like to at least have an option on the table of privatizing it and seeing what that looks like financially for the city.
Okay.
You know, I don't know if we could sell it with strings with respect to Coppell resident sales. My guess is not. But to be fair to staff aren't in the business of running funerals either. You know, and there was no way in the world that anyone on staff had any background or experience in this if we started this. And then to ask you guys to take a rather generic policy declaration and implement it seems eminently unfair to me. Because you're being asked by people that don't understand the policy they're setting to implement policy that you don't understand. So I really question whether we should be in this business at all. That's my one point.
Brianna?
Jim, actually, I was gonna bring that up as well. So, I'd love to just know the option. I mean, I think, I'm torn because I think, as you mentioned, is that if we continue to operate it, then we have opportunity to put some guardrails on it and policy around it. If we privatize it, we don't, what will it turn into? I wasn't around the table when they first decided to have this, and so I don't know exactly, other than having a place for our citizens to rest or have their final rest. But it's a hard business, and I know that we have said no to some other opportunities because we're like, we're not in the business to do that. We kind of hit this fork in the road even with the senior center at one point, right? When it was with all the events, and look at Jessica, because we were like, this is what we want to do. If we're all in, we got to make sure we got the staff, we got the people, we have the expertise, because there's a lot that goes into it. And so I think this is the opportunity, now that you've heard what we want and don't want, I think though it is fair to consider, do we continue to operate this as a business, or are our resources better utilized somewhere else? And so I would echo your sentiment.
Don?
I will triple down on that comment, actually, and because I would take one step back and even say, if it was supposed to be an amenity for this community, what is the benefit, or what was the benefit as an amenity? Because I'm questioning now if it really is much of an amenity for this community. I think that's a great connection you sort of made between regional draw and community draw, and it's clearly becoming a regional draw now. So it's like, well, we're now subsidizing a regional draw event like a for-profit business would. And so, to Jim's point, we're not in a for-profit funeral business. And so I question what really the benefit is at this point is. And I suspect to get a private business to come in, there's some cost to the city, but there's gonna be a cost to the city regardless of what we do going forward into perpetuity, right? So I would also want to see what are the citizens of Coppell or Metro Crest or Northwest Dallas County, or however you want to characterize it, better served if this was under management of someone else. I would also think that.
Good comments. Did you need it?
I think so. What I'm hearing, obviously, is you guys would like the option of what it would take and what it looks like privatizing the cemetery, but also if we were to hold onto the cemetery, it be more of a community-based cemetery with some parameters around priorities for Coppell residents, former citizens, plots, worship spaces, things like that. So from here, the next steps will be that staff will put all of those items together, and we'll bring those to you at a later meeting, and we can kind of present both options of here's, Doug Miller from Johnson Consulting, his consulting company does a piece of acquisition, so we could kind of look at that and see what that looks like. And then we can also bring back some proposals of this is what it would look like with price increases and plot spaces and things like that, and bring that back to you guys for a larger discussion as well.
One final question.
Yes.
I know you had spoke about expansion to not like 900 spots, basically. Those are in-ground spots, correct?
Correct.
And you talked about this phased approach. Is that the maximum that the cemetery would get? Or, I mean, I guess, we talk about that number of the 74% owned by non-citizens.
Mm-hmm.
If we added to the cemetery and stuff, how much could we adjust that ratio? Like, could we eventually get it to 50-50 if the demand was there from the citizens? And I know that's a big what if, but what's our maximum in-ground plot capacity?
I don't know the full, right off the top of my head, what it would be if we were to expand phase 3, but we did a master plan back in 2018 that has, expansion all the way into the wooded area that's not even developed yet. So that's a whole nother area that, thousands upon thousands of spaces. But what we're talking about with the extra 900 is just infrastructure that's already in place.
Yes.
Small amount of money to get the lot pins and sprinklers and things like that. So there is potential to even out that residency number. Now that would take time, right?
And
that's not a 2-5 year
yes.
thing. That would definitely take time. But if we were to put priorities in place, that could definitely balance that out.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I see my fellow council member. I think we are sharing some similar frustrations about that ratio. And that's just us coming into the middle of the process. But I think I would feel better about the process if we wind up keeping this amenity, if you will, and not selling it off, trying to adjust that ratio as much as possible to swing it more in favor of local citizens. And again, this is all predicated on the fact that we need demand. And if the citizens tell us that we don't want to have our permanent rest here, then maybe that might be a change of philosophy for the future. But I think that we need to at least give the opportunity for the
I'm gonna
citizens.
be around a little bit longer.
Well, I'm not looking at you that way. I'm not on you specifically on this, Jim, but.
I agree with Kevin. I'd like to explore the option of privatizing what all's involved in that
Yes.
with respect to the funds being held in trust for future maintenance, all like that.
Yep.
And the real estate itself. But if this council decided not to do that, I would definitely want to limit it as much as possible to Coppell residents.
I have a point of, I also like to see an option, I like to see the cost that we are spending today for 8,000 plots. How much is the maintenance cost, to change the philosophy? in perpetuity, we have to spend all that money, right, to maintain that. How much income did we, or revenue we generated by selling 8,000 plots? Did we balance out with all the money we, spent?
Like total over the
Total,
years?
yeah.
Yeah, because our operation budget right now is 1.4, if I believe is correct, 1.4 million a year to operate. Now, obviously, our expenses and revenues this year have been construed just because we're under the amended operation plan, but we can get those numbers to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you very much.
thank you guys, appreciate your
Thank you.
feedback.
Thank you.
All right, we have one other item. Are you going to be more than 3 minutes?
You can push this to the 28th.
Yeah, it is not time sensitive.
We will move this one off to the 28th then. But however, your spreadsheet for our retreat is due next
The
Monday?
20th.
Yes, next meeting.
The 20th,
I
so
saw the email.
5 o'clock. I heard 11:59.
so if you have not done your council prioritization spreadsheet for Tracy, please get it done
Raise your
by
hand.
No.
I have not.
All right,
Stop.
the time is 7:27 PM. We're at the end of work session. We'll move into the council chambers for a regular session of the city council. Thank you, Mayor. 7:33 p.m. and we're here for the regular session of the Coppell City Council. Just as a reminder, persons wishing to speak during the citizens' appearance or the public hearings must sign the appropriate register located outside the council chambers. In just a moment, we're going to get into it. I think some of you guys have signed up for the citizens' appearance, and you meant to sign up for the public hearing, so we'll get that straightened out in a minute. But tonight we have Patty Weber with the Allies Interface Group here to give our invocation, and then we're going to recite the Pledge of Allegiance after that, so please remain standing. Dr. Weber?
Thank you. Lord God, we see the difficulties faced in many other areas of the world: war, strife, fire, freezing cold, famine. We pray for peace and health in all of those places, even as we appreciate how fortunate we are here in Coppell. Coppell is a city filled with diverse faiths, cultures, and races. All of us are enriched by the opportunity to share our lives and community with those who represent diverse and energizing differences, while we all recognize that we are not so very different after all. We ask you to bless and guide our leaders as they donate their time and energy to support a community that cherishes and celebrates all of our citizens. God of all names and every faith, we ask this in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Okay, so this evening we have our citizens' appearance next on the agenda, and then later in the meeting we'll have 3 public hearings, and I wanted to make sure that people that signed up for the public citizens' appearance did not intend to sign up for the public hearings, which are separate. From the comments, I can sort of tell, Mr. Cashman, it looks like you signed up for the citizens' appearance for Old Town, which would be the citizens' appearance. Mr. Hartley, you signed up for item 8, the zoning change request. Does that mean you'd really prefer to speak for that section? Okay, I'm going to move you off to a public hearing. Jill Hill, Ms. Hill?
She wants citizens appearance.
What's that?
She
Citizens
wants
appearance?
citizens
Okay. Mr. Burrows, your citizens appearance. Ms. Hicks, Sarah Hicks, item number 8, so that's a public hearing? Yes, please. All right. And I've got 2. Okay, I think that took care of it. Wasn't as bad as I thought it was. All right. Item number 6 is our citizens appearance. Persons wishing to speak must sign the register and list your residence address. Presentations by individuals shall be limited to a total of 3 minutes each. Persons signed up to speak will be called in the order that you signed up. No personal attacks by any speaker should be made against any member of the council, the mayor, individual, group, or corporation. There will be no comments or deliberations from the city council due to the requirements of the Texas Open Meetings Record Act. So with that being said, our first speaker that is signed up is Mr. Cashman, Rick Cashman. Please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Rick Cashman, and my address is 612 Inglenook Court, Coppell. I've lived in town for 17 years, and I wanted to come and visit and discuss, just share some of my feelings about, I know it's been an ongoing discussion about Old Town, and after much consideration and meeting with a multifamily real estate consulting company, I just wanted to share what I feel is a tremendous opportunity for us, all of us, especially the council, to solve 2 problems with 1 solution. The number 1 problem I think we have is declining enrollment. Obviously, we're projected to lose 20% of our enrollment in the next 2 years. We're closing elementary schools. And I think a big part of that is because we are the top 5 place in the U.S. to live, but we have no place for people to live. And I think a big component that's on my heart is that when we educate our biggest asset, which are our students, we're sending them away. And that's why other suburbs in and around DFW perhaps are prospering, because we're sending our educated and our education and our tax dollars to great universities, but they can't come back to our town. There's no place for them to come back to. So my thought in this process is, and after consulting with Civitas, which is a Dallas-based multifamily developer finance company for tremendous amount of projects. They have a couple $480 million projects going in and around DFW. The gentleman I spoke to said one word. He said, you need density. You need a place for these kids to come. So I want to introduce you to Mr. EHO. Mr. EHO is market rate efficient housing options. We're watching it happen in Cypress Waters. It doesn't necessarily have to be a condo that someone has to buy. It could be a multifamily project, classy, good-looking, it doesn't have to be large per unit, but we have land in and around Coppell where I feel we can take advantage of that. I don't feel personally that Old Town is a place to put. It may be later for a brewery, but right now we need density. We need bodies to come in, and the ratio that he gave me, which is an interesting ratio, is for successful real estate all around, let's say Plano as an example. There's always a mathematical equation, and the mathematical equation that he gave me was 700 units per 3,000 square foot of retail, which I think it's something interesting to keep in mind. So I know I'm running out of time. But running out of time. I'm not running out of town. I'll be here for another decade. I have a 13-year-old. But I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. I think you guys are phenomenal. I think Old Town, I know it's an opportunity, but I don't think the solution is a restaurant just yet. I think we have to build an attractive place to bring our educated back to the city and give them a place to live. And it doesn't necessarily have to be
your
Old
time
Town.
has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments tonight.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Jill Hill. Ms. Hill, you actually signed up on 2 separate citizens appearances. Did you really just mean to do one?
Yeah, I meant to do one. The paper was gone, and so I filled out a new one, and then I think you just found the other one, so it's
That's
okay.
fine. I'll
Sorry about that.
name and address for the record, please.
Okay, hi, my name is Jill Hill, and I live at 736 Parkway Boulevard in Coppell. And I'm just here today to publicly recognize and thank a few people for some good things that are going on in the city. So just a little backstory to how it came about. About a year ago, my 8-year-old son, Alex, got diagnosed with a congenital heart condition that requires us to carry an automatic external defibrillator in a backpack with us when we go to sporting events. And so as a result of that kind of heightened vigilance, I started looking at city facilities, not just here, but in other cities where he plays sports, because he's a year-round athlete, multi-sport athlete. And so noticed in a few places that that I thought that the safety and accessibility of their AEDs was superior to what we had here in Coppell. So I started approaching Jessica Carpenter and asked her if we could talk about, maybe talking about relocating the AEDs into an external alarmed box mounted to the outside of the concession stand rather than inside the concession stand, simply because the concession stand is not always open when those fields and our parks are in use. All of our citizens can use our parks. Many of our citizens can use our fields outside of sports leagues. And so I thought it was an opportunity for Coppell to be a little bit safer. So I just really wanted to recognize Jessica's efforts in this, because I know she worked with some of you on that initiative, and it was quickly approved, and she just emailed me yesterday actually saying that 4 of them are about to be installed with some other equipment ordered and on the way, and it just really made me recognize that Coppell is a city of continuous improvement. We already have wonderful things, wonderful parks, but that you guys are always open to that feedback, and so I would just hope that you continue, whether you're talking about business or how we can partner with the school district to continue to make and keep Coppell that wonderful place of continuous improvement and safety for our citizens. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Mr. Thomas Burrows.
Boroughs 138 win page. I want to hand this report here so that you guys can't claim when I email it to you that you never got it and didn't read it. Down here on Denton Tap from middle school north, there's a sidewalk. A bunch of kids walk up and down this sidewalk. There's a guardrail over here, no guardrail over here. So, you know, nobody saw it coming when some kid got pushed out over Denton Tap, and now we have a fence there so that they can't get to Starbucks. Is that what we're going to tell the parents of those kids when somebody runs into one of those kids? Let's move the thing over there, over to this, you know, from this side to over here. Water. Water is the #1 problem in the world. 70% of the Nile's river water comes from the Blue Nile in Ethiopia. Egypt has said that if you cut off our water, they're building a bunch of dams there. We'll attack you. You know, you can't have 130 million people that can't drink, okay? We have a lot of water over in East Texas. It's called Toledo Bend. I grew up within 20 miles of that place. It was supposedly going to solve all our problems in East Texas. Same number of people live over there, no extra industry. Enough water flows over the Toledo Bend Dam to supply Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston with all the water it needs. So, Abbott and the mayor of Houston, who are on both political sides of the party, are going to send the water out to West Texas. We need to go build a city lake over there. While I know the people that run the place that are still alive, and we've dropped the water into Toledo Bend, Dallas Water Utilities, which will be building a pipeline over there within 15 years, will bring the water back here. We have our water. What makes Highland Park special? They own their own city lake. So, you know, in 2045, 2050, when there's not enough water to go around, trust me, Coppell will have a problem. I've been told by other city council members that this is a long-term project. We don't care. Well, we built a civic center or whatever. We built something else. We did this, we did that. We need to go get our water now, not wait till there's a problem and they're telling whoever the people are on council in 2045, oh, let's kick the can down the road and let it be their problem. Here's your stuff. Read it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'll give these to the city secretary and she'll pass these out. There were no other persons signed up to speak for citizens' appearance. We do have several folks that have signed up for the public hearing, so those will come up later in the agenda. Item number 7 is our consent agenda. The consent agenda is routine in nature and is generally enacted in a single motion. These items have been previously approved through the budget or past council actions. Any item may be pulled and considered separately. Full descriptions are available on the screen. Tonight we do have items A through G on our consent agenda. Council, do you have any questions or on the consent agenda? Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve item number 7, A through G.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hinojosa Smith. All in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Carroll, Nobles, Prem Kumar, Matthew Hill in favor, none opposed, the motion carries.
Thank you very much. Moving on. Item number 8 is a continued public hearing, and I'm going to ask Ms. Perone Boswell to read that into the record.
This is a continued public hearing. Let's consider approval of PD 319 SF12, a zoning change request from SF12, single family 12 to PD 319 SF12, plan development 319, single family 12, to approve an existing carport encroaching within the required setback located at 552 Arbor Brook Lane. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This particular item is continued from the last meeting. This property is part of the North Lake subdivision. It is not part of a PD or planned development, but has straight SF12 zoning. The home was constructed in 1978, and the applicant purchased the home in 2019. As I mentioned, it's zoned straight SF12. What exactly does that mean? So SF12 stands for single family, and the 12 stands for 12,000 square foot. So those are minimum requirements for the size of the lot. So in each zoning category, there are certain requirements or minimum requirements that we have. So the minimum lot size is 12,000. This one has over 17,000 square feet. The minimum house size is 1,800 square feet. This one is 2,477. The side yard requires 10% of the lot width. The lot at the front property line is 92 feet, so it roughly requires a 9-foot minimum side yard setback. It requires 2 enclosed parking spaces and a maximum of 35% lot coverage, which includes the main and accessory buildings. Again, the applicant purchased the property in 2019. We have an aerial on the left, and then the aerial on the right shows that the carport and other items were constructed sometime between May 27th and October 7th of 2022 without benefit of permits or inspections. So Code of Compliance received a complaint and went out to the site and started a case. So the items discovered without benefit of a permit or inspection included a deck extension. Let's see here. Here we go. Canopy, pergola, covered patio, and a carport. There we go. The zoning ordinance section 12-35-5, the Coppell Code of Ordinances, which governs zoning requirements for garages and carports, states that garages and carports that are 150 square feet in area or more shall observe the following regulations. Minimum property line setbacks for the side shall be the same as the minimum setback required for the main structure unless the garage or carport has side alley access, which this does not, and be 10 feet from the main structure on the adjacent property. So again, the width of this property at the front property line is roughly 92 feet, according to the survey provided, indicating that they need a minimum 9 feet from the side property line. Now, the owner applied for a building permit for this property on August 28th, 2023, that pertained to the carport and the other work items on the property already constructed. As stated earlier, this constructed carport does not meet the minimum requirements of the zoning ordinance, and the permit, when it was applied for after construction, was denied. So the applicant then pursued a variance from the Board of Adjustment on September 5th, 2024, to allow for the carport to remain at its current location. This is an image of the house, and here's the carport. The carport sits roughly on the property line with the adjacent property at 548 Arborbrook Lane. The Board of Adjustment listens to cases and decides based on hardship. A hardship cannot be self-created. At the BOA hearing, the adjacent neighbor who is impacted by the carport's location opposed the request and is also opposing this requested PD. I believe you received a letter from her. The board denied the request as there was no hardship found, and the applicant chose not to appeal to district court. The applicant then decided to request a variance through the PD process, which is why we are here, and it went through a public hearing at the Planning and Zoning and now at City Council. The carport elevations show that it was constructed of steel tubing, has steel members across the roof, and wood slats along the roof and property line side. It's anchored to the driveway with a steel plate and bolts. The roof is angled, with one end of the carport being 7 feet 8 inches and the other end reaching 8 feet 9 inches. There are 3 poles on the passenger side of the carport and a 2 foot 10 inch overhang at the entrance. So because this is a zoning change request, we did send out notices. 20 notices were sent out within 200 feet, an additional 92 courtesy notices sent within 800 feet. There were 7 within the 200 feet that responded, the affected neighbor in opposition, and 6 others in favor. Additional 17 outside of the 200 feet with 1 in opposition. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of the request 3-1. City Council would need a supermajority vote to approve this request. If Council decides to approve the request, staff would request the following PD condition. 1, that to allow the carport where it exists and it cannot be expanded. That is the end of my presentation, and the applicant is here as well and has a presentation for you.
All right, thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Perrin-Boswell? Seeing none, the applicant is welcome to come forth.
Hello, my name is Derek Bonneau. I live at 552 Arborbrook Lane. Thank you guys so much for being here. Debbie, who's no longer here, who did the invocation, just kind of made me feel like, man, this is so petty with everything going on in the world that I'm having to be here to talk about a carport. And I kind of feel like we all have way more important things going on in life and in the city. Y'all have a lot of important things going on. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to this. That said, there are way more important things going on in all of our lives and in the world. But I'm here tonight because I just want to use and enjoy my property within the rights I believe we all have. And I'm here tonight on advice that was given to me by some city council members back in September. Mary, did you say the SF12 means that you have to have a 2-car garage? Is that a correct statement? Is that
2
what you-
enclosed spaces.
Okay. So if you can go to my first video. We bought this house in 2019, and if you hit the space bar, yeah. We bought this house in 2019, and the first time we went to pull into our garage, both our cars, we quickly realized that due to the narrow driveway, the size of the lot, you cannot get the right angle, no matter what you try, and you're about to see it, to get into this garage. So yes, on paper, it is a 2-car garage, but I would argue that's false advertisement. When I eventually one day, if I go to sell the house, I do not feel I can, in good conscience, promote that I have a 2-car garage. And I'm sure when this driveway was built 50 years ago, they weren't taking into account the size that vehicles would be today. But I drive a basic F-150. My wife drives a Kia minivan. We have 4 kids, so we require larger vehicles, but nothing out of the ordinary. And so, as you can see, I don't have a 2-car garage. And I would consider that, first and foremost, a hardship. So you can go to the next image for me, Mary. So that red rectangle is where I started parking my truck. It's the only place on my driveway that I could park where I'm not on the street and I'm not blocking in my wife when she's in the garage. Obviously, anytime a storm comes into town, I'm worried about damage to my vehicle. And so I'm looking for a solution, and driving around my neighborhood, I noticed there's about 9 carports, and it just gave me the idea, like, that's a great idea. So I reached out to a friend who's a general contractor. I know nothing about construction. I had a deck that was falling apart, a fence that was falling apart, several other projects we wanted to do. And I said, could you do this work? And in addition, could you build this carport? And he said, absolutely. So first thing we did is we rebuilt the fence, if you go to the next picture. And this is where I park my truck. That's my new fence that replaced my old fence. And I just want to point out that there's nothing breaking code in this photo. It's a fence. It's below the height requirement. It's materials that are approved, materials for building a fence. Yes, it is right up to my property line, but there's nothing wrong with that. Yes, I'm parked within a setback, as you can see, but there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm just, from what I've learned about setbacks, they're there to, prevent a fire hazard. I'm not doing anything out of the property I was inherited to create a fire hazard. They're there for utilities. Again, I'm not interfering with that. They're there for drainage. I'm not interfering with that. I'm just receiving the property that I inherited. And so this is where I park my truck, next to my fence. And then we added this carport. So there's nothing breaking code in this photo. Am I parked within a setback? Yes. Is my fence right up to my neighbor's fence? Yes. But is there anything breaking code in this photo? No. Now go to the next photo, please. Now there's something breaking code because we added to the fence this roof and that one additional steel leg to support it. So a year after building this, I received a letter from the city letting me know that it came to their attention we had done work without a permit. So first thing I did is I called my friend who's a GC to ask him, did you pull a permit? And he told me he did not. And we had a very fun, interesting conversation. But it is what it is. There's nothing I could do about it now. So next thing I did is I went up and I met Vandana and Steven, and I asked, how can I make this right? And they said, you apply for a permit and run it through the proper process. So that's what I did, except obviously I couldn't pull a permit for the carport. And so I said, well, what do I do for that? And they told me about the variance meeting. So I went to that, and I know nothing about any of this stuff. I know a lot more now than I did then. And so when they asked me about hardship, I didn't know what a hardship even was. And so I said, hail damage. I said, there's tree debris that falls on my truck. None of that meant anything. And so since then, I've learned what a hardship means. And for those of you in here that don't know what a hardship is, I'll tell you it's a deprivation of an owner's right to the beneficial use of a property that is caused when a zoning ordinance makes it impossible to receive a reasonable return from the property. And so to me, when I read that, I think, okay, well, the layout and the size of my lot and my driveway, which was constructed in the 1970s, it prohibits me from being able to have a two-car garage, which is a hardship. And then the zoning ordinance makes it impossible for me to receive a reasonable return from my property because I can't put this carport, I can't pull a permit for a carport in the only place it can go. And that creates a deprivation of my rights, the beneficial use of my property. And so I was denied, and I was given the opportunity, as Mary said, to go to civil court. So before I did that, I thought, well, what do I do? And I thought, I got to reach out to city council members. You guys have been elected. You're the ones that can find exceptions, and when there's a cookie cutter law that maybe doesn't apply in a certain situation, as far as I know, you're the only ones in the city that can do anything about that. So I reached out to several city council members who I've decided not to name their names out of respect, but the first one I spoke with encouraged me and said, you know what, there was another neighborhood in Coppell, a similar situation with carports and setbacks, and we were able to find a solution. They filed for a plan development, and I would encourage you to do the same thing. And you're going to need to be able to show the support of your neighborhood. And so you're going to need to be able to get over 50% of signatures to show the support of your neighborhood on this. That's a big task. Once I counted it, it up and realized that'd be over 115 homes that I'd have to go knock on their doors. I have 4 kids, full-time job, I just don't have a lot of time to do that. So I was kind of on the fence about whether or not I should do it until I talked to the second city council member who really encouraged me and made me feel even more confident than the first one did, and even gave me some tips to bring to the planning and zoning meeting, such as make sure you tell them that you live on really narrow streets and this is a great solution for your problem. And they told me they had seen the carport, they thought it looked great. So I went to work, I started knocking on doors, and over the course of 2 months, Mary, if you go to the next photo, I created this petition, and I went to all these neighbors, and this petition was asking them, based on these requirements, to show their support for my carport to remain on my property, but also for my home to be rezoned. But what I underlined in red is I asked them to sign off that they support this not just for me, but for our entire neighborhood. And I did that specifically for you guys, just because I wanted you to know that they weren't just doing me a favor, that they were okay with these, under these requirements, under these guidelines, with this being built even if it was right next to their house. And the guidelines were the carport cannot be built up to the property line unless it's on a pre-existing driveway, as mine is, and does not overhang onto a neighbor's property line, as mine does not. The carport must meet city requirements for size and materials, which mine does. The carport must be built recessed from the construction setback, the front of the house, and mine is 25 feet from the front of my house. It is 60 feet from the street. The carport must be secured to the concrete. The carport plans must be signed and sealed by a licensed registered structural engineer. So I went to the doors of all these homes, and if you go to the next one, and ended up getting over 75% of our neighbors to sign it. I believe I could have gotten more. It's just these are the people who answered their door. And over 50% of the surrounding, that green is my neighborhood, over 50% of the surrounding area as well. Mary brought up the objection of my neighbor. All I'll say to that is I've read their objections. One is that they can't access their fence in the need of repair. If you guys vote tonight to deny this and I take the roof off, my fence will still be there and nothing will change for her. Her sight line will be the exact same. She'll still be looking at the side of my fence. She still won't be able to access her fence, even though that's not technically true. There's a foot of space between her fence and mine. I've reached out to her since her objections. I've offered, her fence does need repair. It's actually hanging over onto my carport right now. And I've offered to pay for her entire fence to be replaced. And she's not responded to that. So that's the only objection I know of, other than her saying it's hurting property value. Since building it, her property value's gone up, my property value's gone up. There's been 2 homes that have been purchased in front of my house, to the side of my house. Their property value's gone up, so there's no proof to show that it's hurt property value. So I went before planning and zoning. I shared all these things with them that I've shared with you, and felt really optimistic based on my conversations with the city council members in September. I was advised by Mary and the planning department not to request that the neighborhood be rezoned, but just my home be rezoned. So that's what we requested, to lift this setback. And I was denied. One reason was that I did not pull a permit, and it's not the city's job to right my wrong. I just want to be very clear. I'm not asking anyone to right my wrong. That's what I'm trying to do myself. I'm just asking to be able to pull a permit so that I can right my wrong. And secondly, they said that mine's facing a street, and this other neighborhood where there were carport issues, those faced alleyways. I don't know any code, unless I'm wrong, Steve, about a carport not being able to face a street. And of that other neighborhood, there's 14 homes that face Moore Road, which is a far more public road than the street I live on. So I was really confused by that ruling, really disappointed. But I knew you guys made the ultimate decision anyways, so I was still hopeful until I started reaching out to the city council members that I had first reached out to, and was really shocked when the response I got, and again, I'm not going to name any names, was, yeah, Derek, we're just not going to be able to support this, and we would have never been able to support this. And when I heard that, I was like, well, then why did I get sent on this wild goose chase to begin with? So that was really discouraging, frustrating. I was told, have you thought about getting a Toyota Corolla? And that was really frustrating as well. And I'd like to point out that that's the only solution I've been given by a city official in this whole process. That, and go spend tens of thousands of dollars to widen my garage, which is not even possible because that would be pushed into another setback as well. So I'm just asking you guys humbly, I just want to use and enjoy my property within my rights. I'm not hurting anybody. I've got overwhelming support from my neighborhood. And I understand, I do, the predicament that this puts you guys in because of the whole situation. And I've heard from several of you that your heart goes out to me, but you don't want to create a precedent by making this one single decision that could hurt the rest of the city. And I understand that. Like, I get it. There's 40,000 plus citizens that you have to think about other than just me. But what I don't understand, and I don't understand the law as well as you guys do, but I feel like I understand it enough, especially talking with other people who are attorneys and have worked in cities and know all sorts of things better than I do. What I don't understand is exceptions are made all the time to laws, to rules, based on circumstances. And you guys have the ability to listen, to look at circumstances, to look at hardships, and to make those exceptions. So I don't understand what precedents would be created by doing this that doesn't already exist, which is we obey laws, we follow order, and when there's a situation where the law maybe doesn't apply, we consider it, we go through a process, which is what I've done, this is why I'm here tonight. And if there's a great reason for lifting that and making an exemption for that person, you do it. And that does not open the floodgate for the entire city where construction goes wild. So I don't understand what precedents this would be creating. And so that's it. I ask that tonight you guys would consider all this as you weigh your decision. And if you're on the fence of going, man, I don't see this causing any harm for their neighbors support it. There's this one neighbor that objects it, but obviously her arguments, nothing changes. I just want to say it one more time. Nothing changes for her and her use of her property if you make me take this down. But everything changes for me. I no longer have 2 covered parking spaces as I'm entitled living in this neighborhood. I don't. I've proven it to you. I no longer can list my house as a 2-car garage. I mean, I could. I'd be lying. And my property is now being subjected to weather damage. My kids are going to be getting in a blistering hot car in the summer. This has been awesome. It's protected me from all of that. And so if you go, yeah, I hear all that, I just don't want to create a precedence, I've been praying for you all day that God gives you the creativity to figure out how to do that without letting that happen. So thank you guys. No matter what your decision is, I appreciate y'all, I really do. And that's all I got. Thanks.
All right. Thank you for your comments, questions. Any council, does any of the council have questions for Mr. Bonneau? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time tonight.
Yes, sir.
This is a public hearing. Persons wishing to speak during our public hearing must sign the register and list your address, which most everyone has done. You'll be called to speak in the order you've registered. Public hearings are limited to 5 minutes per speaker. We do have 4 speakers that have signed up to speak. The first one on the list is Randy Hartley. Mr. Hartley?
Thank you. My name is Randy Hartley. I live at 213 Cedar Ridge Drive here in Coppell. My wife Sheila and I have resided at that address for the last 32 years. We are proud citizens of Coppell. We're proud to call it our home. And I'm here tonight with Sheila and friends in support of Derek and Megan Bonneau. We were here for the Planning Commission or Zoning Commission meeting a few weeks ago, and we were disappointed when a decision in favor of the Bonneau's request was not reached. As Mr. Cashman mentioned earlier, talking about young people from Coppell returning to this community, Derek and Megan returned to this community as they bought that home in 2019 after moving away for several years. They grew up here. Coppell is home for the Bonneau family, and I can only say that they are a true asset not only to their neighborhood but to our entire community. The Bonneaus have taken an older home in our community, improved its appearance, and contrary to what the complainant neighbor said, they've increased its value. And this is a family that has many friends in the neighborhood and has overwhelming support for their request to keep the carport as it is presently constructed. I want to say that I appreciate the job that the Planning Commission does and certainly that the council does. You have difficult decisions to make, but we always, as citizens, want to know that our elected officials listen to the people that place them in power and that they will give credence to what is said and the wishes of the community. We know that difficult decisions like this, because it does involve an exception, but Derek has certainly laid out a good case for why it should be left the way it is. I know that living on 213 Cedar Ridge Drive in Coppell, where we've been for 32 years, that having cars parked on the street on both sides, in our case, is such an annoyance and really a safety issue. When we moved there 32 years ago, I told my wife Sheila, when these little toddlers grow up to be teenagers, we're going to see cars parked down the street all the way on both sides, and sure enough, that has happened. So that's one of the concerns that Derek has. I just urge the members of the council to hear the voices that they hear tonight, the very eloquent presentation that Derek made on behalf of his request, and that you will grant the request of the Bonneau family to leave the carport as it is presently. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next person signed up to speak is Sarah Hicks.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Hicks. I'm at 564 Arborbrook, so I'm actually within the smaller circle that Mary showed us earlier. And I wanted to come out tonight to show my support for the Bonneau family. They are the type of neighbors that everybody hopes to have. There's random like cookies on my front porch, or if I'm carrying something heavy and Derek's walking by, he's offering to take it. These are the type of people that I promise you everybody wants to have. And they have done a number of things to improve the community. When they bought the home, they made a number of improvements right off the bat. I think that was mentioned already, but me and my friend, we called it the Yahtzee house. It was like if you took different components of a house and you put it in a shaker, and then it came out, you would be like, all right, now how are we going to put these pieces together to be a house? So it was a little bit of a Yahtzee house before, with obviously a deck in the back that was falling apart. I can attest to that. And they've gone through and they've made these improvements that have added value to our house. I know that there was some public speaking at the planning and zoning meeting by multiple realtors that attested to the fact that the property values are going up, they're not going down. It's the investment of people that are like the Bonneaus that come in and make improvements to the property, but not just to the property, but to the neighbors. And it's that type of time investment that you can't see on a screen or a slide, and that's part of why I'm here in front of you today, is because they're such kind people. And I have no doubt if they could rewind time and make it exactly right, so they had all the right permits to do exactly what they did, they would 100% do that. And short of going back in time, they're in front of you and hoping that this is one of the cases that you see as being an exception. You can see that it's aesthetically pleasing. You can see that it's got the support of the neighbors, and we all are. I feel bad because there were so many people here at the Planning and Zoning Committee. I believe you probably have some emails and things that are in support of this that are justifying exactly how much support there is. It's resounding. I'm one of the few neighbors that actually has parking. I live on the corner house, so I've got the parking all the way around. And I'm always encouraging my neighbors, if they're having anybody over, please tell them to park in my space, because without it, our neighborhood is so dangerous for our children to try and get out there and play. Having an additional covered parking spot is
adds value in terms of keeping my kids safe, and in terms of like hardship, because it keeps the vehicle off the road and keeps them in line of sight of vehicles that are coming down the street. And I think, the lack of, additional parking that's in the neighborhood is a significant issue. Yeah, anyhow, I think I've hit on all my points here. They've got 4 children. There's not a lot of cars today that you can fit 4 kids and fit in a 2-car garage. I myself have a house that has a 2-car garage in that neighborhood, and I've never tried to park 2 cars in it. It would not hold that. And it might meet some outdated definition of what a 2-car garage is. But it doesn't actually do that. Anyway, I'm just, again, in support of the Bonneau's request. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our third speaker is Mr. Thomas Burrows.
Thomas Burrows, 138 Windpage Drive, Coppell. In the movie Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, there was a quote, "What are the causes that you fight for, but the lost causes?" You can't scratch your nose in this town without the city being on your back end side, my opinion. But yet I see countless code violations everywhere, including as you drive into your neighborhood, there's a pile of brush and debris this high. I've turned this into council. Nobody cares. Behind my house, there's a code violation. One house down, there's a code violation. I mean, Mr. Land, how many emails has come from me to your assistant city manager that I don't ever see anything fixed? I mean, we've got power poles in town. They have no power lines. Every power pole that's there is one more pole for a person to drive into. Down at the end of 635 and Beltline, I personally went down there with a chainsaw and a snip cutter and cut down the big bushes this high because nobody cared. So I grew up with a neighbor next to us that pointed guns at us. Literally. Police were at our house. A man put a gun in my father's face. We had to get whatever the things to keep them off. One time in college, they had a pile of junk on the property line. I backed up in my truck and I hit the junk, and a couple of pieces of rubble fell down. I stopped, picked it up, and put it there. Halfway to Nacogdoches, I was stopped by the state police and arrested because I left the scene of an accident, which of course got all dropped. And this person that was so mad at us, she complained with the people on the other side of her property. And yeah, there was a problem with the property line. It was 10 feet inside her house. And so, 4 kids. We need more children in this country. Somebody's got to pay the taxes in the future. Seriously. Someone's got to be the military soldiers. I mean, my wife and I have 1 child. I mean, seriously, he was a lot to handle. I told her that we would never have any more children. You just have to know Ryan. And we love him dearly. But we could not have handled 4 of them. I don't know how these people do it, much less keep the laundry washed and stuff. But if you're going to deny this, then somebody needs to get their bottom out to my neighborhood and come fix the fence that's falling apart behind me, the tree that's growing over my property, and in 2 houses down where the stumps are when they cut off the landscaping. And they need to clean up that brush pile that goes into the neighborhood, Mayor, that you live into. Now, I don't know who's in control of that. I went over there and cleaned up a pile of stuff on the gas line. Some people moved in I went over and knocked on their door. They said they had complained to the city, the HOA, this person. You must be the person here to clean it up. I said, no, I just drive by it every day. And I cut his stuff up, bundled it up, and took it home and put it out for, the Wednesday. And oh, by the way, neither of my recyclables or my trash was picked up last week. I know it snowed.
Mr. Burrows, I must ask you to stay on the agenda item.
Well, I am. You guys are, if you had put me on this committee, which I've always been turned down, I would have given him a variance. Cut this man some slack and his fat wife. He's doing what you people want. They went and made babies. They live here. They're keeping our schools from going down. Isn't that what we want?
Thank you for your comments. Our fourth speaker, Mr. Bonneau. You signed up for the public hearing?
Can I just say one thing?
Sure. Name and address, please, for the record.
My name's Derek Bonneau. I'm back. I just want to say one thing to what Sarah said. She said if I could go back and do this all over again, she's confident I would have done it differently. I just want to say one more time, if I could go back and do it all over again, I still wouldn't have been able to build this carport because of this setback. So the issue is not the permit, it's the setback, and just want to clarify that. That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to call for a consultation with the attorney in the conference room. We will recess for a few minutes while we're consulting with the city attorney. Give us hopefully less than 2 minutes till we're all back in body. Recess from executive session, and we'll reconvene into the regular session of the Coppell City Council at 8:43 p.m. We've just concluded our public hearings, and it's open for comments from the council. So council, do you have any comments or questions for any of the presenters or for yourself? Councilmember Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Bernard, thank you for the presentation. Mayor, I would like to publicly acknowledge that Mr. Derek Bono reached out to me, and I took the time to listen to his concerns and opinions in November. I welcome all residents to meet with me and express their opinions and concerns on any of the city matters. I welcome that. I just wanted to share my process, the way I make my decisions. There are 4 things that I look into it. Number 1, I carefully review the staff recommendations. Number 2, I consider the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendations. Number 3, I take into account the opinions of the residents, whether in support or opposition. And the 4th, I conduct my own research on the matter. Ultimately, my goal is to make the decisions that are in the best interest of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Prem Kumar.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Beno, thank you for reaching out. I know we exchanged texts. I don't know if we ever spoke, but I appreciate your effort. Clearly, thanks to you and your wife for coming back to the city of Coppell and having your family here. Clearly, you're a great neighbor. All that support is fantastic. I will say your presentation was good. You did it very well. I took a little bit of exception to your comments about council members' recommendation. I think it was given in the best interest. And I did spend a lot of time going through every material that you sent. And clearly, this is very important for you. I definitely spent my time considering how important it is to you. And from everyone that I've seen in the executive session, everyone's spent a lot of time thinking through this. And I would like to second what Mr. Matthews said. That's kind of the decision-making process that we go through. So regardless of how I vote today, I want you to understand that we spent a lot of time trying to find every possible way to help you out. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Bonneau, I had one thing I was going to say. I wanted to take an exception to something you said early on, and we do take comments from you very seriously. And yes, there are many important things going on with the city, but your concerns and your needs and your rights are very important to us, and we do our utmost to uphold those within the bounds of the city charter. So that's really what you elect us for. So thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Council, seeing no other comments or questions, I'm open for a motion at this point. Councilmember Walker. I'm sorry, go right ahead.
I feel like I should say something. I certainly understand kind of the pressure and the emotion of wanting to support the Bonneau family. They're a beautiful family. A lot of wonderful people are here supporting them. And it really is a testament to the quality and character of our neighborhoods. The fact that there's so many people that know each other in this neighborhood and support each other is really quite a testament to our community. And I really think that's what we have at stake here. We have more than 14,000 homes in Coppell. And I would hazard a guess, I can't represent this to you as fact, but I would hazard a guess that the overwhelming majority of homeowners in Coppell would not want to wake up one day and find a structure of any kind carport, work shed, whatever it might be, 9 inches off the side of their property line. And my guess is that, having seen that, they would come in and they would file a complaint. And at the end of the day, they have a right to complain because that structure is not in compliance with the laws that we have on the books. And I believe and view every single homeowner in town has a reasonable expectation that our Board of Adjustment and our Planning and Zoning Commission and this council will enforce the laws as they're written on the books. And I think that's true of Ms. Garza too. Now, much has been said about her, some personal, and all I want to say about that is that I hope in the future that any time that there's ever a dispute between two neighbors, one in opposition to the other on any issue, that we can do that without any personal comments about one neighbor or the other. And, personally, I just don't see that that has any relevance here. The real problem here, in my eyes, is that we had a general contractor come in and agree to do some work at someone's home. And we have that happen in Coppell probably virtually every day. And we have a lot of unscrupulous contractors come into this community and take advantage of people. And one way they do it involves the permit process. We've even had a contractor that I know of personally that came in, told the homeowners, oh, I'll take care of all the permits, charged them for the permit fee, and then never even darkened the door of the office to get a permit. So any contractor involved in this business, I think it's important to understand, you could take a map of North Texas, throw darts at it, and every single community you hit is going to have setback allowances with respect to the construction of any structure. And every contractor that works in North Texas knows that. And I'm very sorry that this contractor put the Bonneaus in this position. I'm also very thankful that of all the other things the contractor did without pulling a permit, that's all been worked through and worked out. The fact is that we're only here on the carport because of the fact it so seriously violates the setback allowance on the side of the home. And every homeowner in this community is expecting the Board of Adjustment and the Planning and Zoning Commission and this council to enforce our laws as written. If we decide to change a law, if we were to decide to change the setback allowance to 5% of the width of the lot, for example, well, we would give public notice of that. We would have a hearing. People would have a chance to come down and offer their opinions and weigh in one side or the other. And we'd make a decision as to whether the law would be changed. But at the end of the day, whether it was changed or not, whatever is on the books, we're charged with responsibility for enforcing for all 14,000 homeowners. And side setbacks are a material part of how we maintain the quality and character of our neighborhoods. We have easements running through the sides of homes. We have entire neighborhoods that are designed around drainage with respect to the sides of homes and the grade of the lots. And this is the kind of thing that could really cause havoc if we found one day that because I gave in and let this wonderful family have this carport and let all these wonderful neighbors, understand that their support, was here and it mattered. Obviously, it matters to the Bonneaus greatly. And it matters to me to see the quality of the people in our community. But the other 14,000 homeowners, to the extent there were any number of them that woke up one day to find a structure on the side of their property, only 9 inches from their property line, potentially interfering with drainage, easements, and everything else, not to mention line of sight, and the enjoyment of their property, I just think because they're not here doesn't mean that I can't lend them a voice. And just because they're not here doesn't mean that I can disregard their interests to the quality and character of their neighborhoods and their homes, and that we respect and apply the ordinance as it pertains to side setbacks, not just because this is in violation, but to preserve all of their homes. And that's really, at this level, that's really what I see that I'm dealing with. And as much as I would love to fold in on this and join the neighbors and say, yeah, this is great, If I had another 20 encroachments on the side of people's homes all over town within the next 6 months, and they're all down here raising Cain about it, they would be exactly right. And at some point, I don't know when that point is, but at some point, as a city, we lose the ability to enforce that law. And at that point, it's Katie bar the door with respect to all of our homes. And I'm just not willing to put all the other homeowners, in this town at risk of that. And that's truly why I'm not going to be able to support this application. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel really bad for the Bonos being misled by their general contractor, but any general contractor knows that there are setback requirements on a piece of property. That's just basic 101 construction. And the fact that he completely disregarded that and didn't even say, hey, you're encroaching on the side yard setback. I think this is an issue you need to take up with him and not with the city council. I cannot support this, and I will have to vote against when the time comes.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem Nevels.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you guys for coming out here today. I do want to, just like Councilmember Matthew, just publicly acknowledge that you and I did speak, and I think it's important that every citizen understands their rights and what they have the ability to do. I know that we had spoken, you'd gone through the BOA process, and that was unsuccessful. And it is incredibly important to me that every citizen knows what rights and what process and procedure they are entitled to as a citizen. So I know when we spoke, we definitely spoke about that process and ways to investigate what that would look like, and kind of a way forward to try to proceed. With that being said, with that one conversation, there comes, us doing our due diligence, as well as several of the other council members have spoken to about the scope of the entire project. What does that look like? And making sure that we understand the letter of what's being asked of us, what's being, what you're asking of the citizens. And I love the fact that your neighbors have turned out and supported you. Well, all that shows me is that we've got great families in the community. We've got just great people here. And, I'm like you. I was one of those kids who came back and decided to raise my family here as well. With that being said, once everything comes out, we have to weigh all the facts, and we have to weigh everything that's been presented to us. So I just wanted to thank you for participating in this process. If this does seem like a waste of time to you, I apologize about that. I want you to know that this is an example of everybody working the process, working the system, and this is why we're here. We're here to listen to people. We're here to weigh the facts. We're here to, decide, understanding all of those things, what's going to be best for our families, but also the community as a whole. So I just want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for having the opportunity to get to meet you and know you, and just thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Hinojosa Smith.
Thank you both for being here. I really, really appreciate it. I know we didn't get a chance to meet. We talked a little bit at another circumstance, we'll leave it at that. But I'm someone who tries to look at things very objectively. I want to hear what staff has brought forward, what P&Z, Board of Adjustments. I read all the comments, all the letters that have come in, all the emails. I've heard all the citizens. I hate that this has happened to you. I really do. I can speak from experience because I've had a general contractor do the exact same thing, thinking they knew what they needed to do and what they were supposed to do. But that, is unfortunate. And I guess I just want you to know, as other council members have said, like, I'm so glad the community has come out. You have amazing neighbors. This is not personal. It's really from the integrity of the neighborhood and the community. And I can say from a personal standpoint, I know too that my 2-car garage really is not a 2-car garage. We've got 4 cars that sit on the outside. You know, if it doesn't meet a hardship, like, you know, that's why we've got certain definitions and certain criteria, and there are things that have to be met. And I struggle with seeing how your current situation fits a hardship, and where we can make exceptions. And so this isn't about setting precedents. This isn't about anything else other than we've got parameters, and it's what we've done, and we've applied them to everybody across the board, and we will listen to them, and they have their opportunity to be heard and go through this different process. And so I'm really sorry that this happened to you. I really appreciate you being here and going through the process. I appreciate all of you who have come and spoken on behalf of this amazing family, and I appreciate the neighborhood standing behind you. My job as an elected official is to make sure that we're doing this consistently across the community. It applies to me and all of us up here, just like it applies to all of our citizens. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to support this. And I just wanted you to know that I thank you for being here, and appreciate your time.
Thank you. Council, any other comments, questions? I'll accept a motion then. Councilmember Hill.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to close the public hearing and to approve item number 8 with conditions.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second? Councilmember Prem Kumar. We do have a motion to approve item number 8. So therefore, is there any further discussion or comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Opposed? Walker, Hino, Smith, Carroll, Neville, Prim Kumar, Matthew Hill. The motion fails.
Thank you very much. Item number 9 is a public hearing. I will open the public hearing and ask Mr. Steer to read the item into the record.
Mr. Mayor, Council, good evening. This is a public hearing to consider approval of a zoning change request from PD 157R8-C to PD 157R9-C to allow the operation of a 1,167 square foot restaurant located at 817 South MacArthur along the west side of South MacArthur Boulevard, south of East Beltline Road, at the request of MM Valley Ranch LLC, being represented by Mark Guest, eBarb, and Guest Architecture. In 2020, PD 157R8-C was approved to divide the property into 3 lots for the purposes of sale. The McDonald's restaurant at the hard corner is now under separate ownership and is not part of this PD request. The purpose of this request is to allow a Singus Pizza restaurant to occupy the lease space that wasn't previously designated as a restaurant space. The site abuts residential to the west, therefore, a special use permit would typically be required. Because the current zoning is a planned development district, the approval of the restaurant use can be considered by simply amending the PD. In addition, for allowing the use, a PD condition is requested to allow for a 5 parking space exception to the shared parking provided on lots 1 and 3, Block A. A parking analysis plan was provided on the site plan. This indicates that 209 parking spaces are existing and 214 are required. Medical office requires 1 parking space per 175 square feet, and retail and service uses require 1 parking space per 200 square feet. All restaurant users require 1 parking space per 100 square feet. Therefore, because Singa's Pizza is roughly 1,120 square feet, it requires 11.2 parking spaces. There are no proposed changes to the exterior of the building other than the addition of the attached signage. This is compliant with the sign section of the zoning ordinance. The proposed floor plan shows 4 two-person tables and 2 four-person tables. The proposed hours of operation are daily from 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. And the existing PD conditions related to setbacks, landscape buffers, and shared parking and dumpster agreements are being carried forward with the addition of 2 conditions relating to additional restaurant area and the parking exception. We sent out 23 notices within 200 feet, 56 courtesy notices within 800 feet, and we received no responses either in favor or opposition. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval of PD 157R9-C, Valley Ranch Plaza, subject to the following conditions. 1, the proposed PD to increase allowed restaurant area on lots 1 and 3, Block A, to 10,120 square feet. 2, proposed PD to utilize an exception to allow 209 parking spaces to accommodate the proposed increase in restaurant uses that would typically require 214 spaces. The hours of operation shall not exceed 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. daily, and the proposed signage shall require a permit. Finally, a grease trap be installed that's adequately sized to support the restaurant use. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions. The applicant's in the audience as well.
Thank you very much. Council, you have any questions for Mr. Steer? Mayor Pro Tem Nevels.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Steer, obviously asking for a exception for 5 parking spaces, what I'm seeing. Is there any indication or the observation by staff that that would be an issue?
None whatsoever.
So you guys feel very comfortable
Yes, sir.
recommending that this exception, if you will?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Hill.
Just to answer Councilman Neville's questions, I frequent Wu's Asian Bistro. You go there every month or so. There's never anybody in there. They do so much carry out now that the 16 spaces that are required are only, used for pickup. I mean, so I never have any kind of parking problems at all pulling in there.
Appreciate your perspective. Thank you.
Councilmember Walker.
And I probably could have waited and asked this later, but Mr. Steer, and I've seen this before, when we talked about a grease trap as part of the condition to be installed that's adequately sized to support the restaurant use, how is the adequacy of the size of the grease trap determined?
They'll have their plumber determine that
Based on,
use and plumbing code.
okay, thank you.
For my reference, could you go back to one of the first, the diagram that you showed? It was an overhead view. This, there, no, the photo. So where are we talking about in this photo? I'm having trouble.
Okay, so it's the bottom strip center where Guero's restaurant was, Esparza's.
Right. I think it's down this way.
So this is all part of the same PD. That's why lots 1 and 3 are both included. But the restaurant use is actually in the longer building.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Steer? Does the applicant have any questions or comments or?
No, my name is Mark Guest. I reside at 4550 Westway Avenue in Dallas, Texas. And I just wanted to say thank you all for being here. I know having been on the Landmark Commission in Dallas, I know you guys have a very fun job, especially on things like tonight. But I certainly appreciate all of your time and effort in what you do here.
All right. Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Guest? Seeing none, we did not have anybody signed up to speak for the public hearing. So if no one has any, Councilmember Walker.
I would move that we close the public hearing, and I would move that we approve agenda item 9, subject to staff conditions.
And I have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Nevels. All in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa, Smith, Carroll, Nevels, Prim, Kumar, Matthew Hill in favor, none opposed, the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Item number 10 is a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing and ask Ms. Perone-Boswell to read it into the record.
Item number 10 is consider approval of PD 320-TC, a zoning change request from Town Center to PD 320-TC to allow the operation of a 4,618 square foot drive-through restaurant located along the east side of Denton Tap Road, north of Town Center Boulevard at 240 Denton Tap Road on 1.674 acres of property. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This particular item is for Jason's Deli that's proposed. The property, as well as surrounding properties, was zoned Town Center in the mid-1980s. In September of 2001, City Council approved a site plan for this tract of property to allow for the development of a 12,975 square foot commercial building, subject to the elimination of the drive-through area to meet on-site landscape requirements of the City of Coppell. This request tonight is to allow for a 4,618 square foot Jason's Deli restaurant with a drive-through to occupy the lease space at the northern end of the existing building. The restaurant will provide dine-in and carry-out services. There's no patio proposed for this location. The applicant has requested that the hours of operation be 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week. This building currently has no restaurants, although it has been home to several restaurants in the past, such as Taco Del Mar, Carvel Ice Cream, Little Caesars Pizza, and Healthy Me Marketplace. The site was constructed and parked to accommodate office, retail, and restaurant uses. This PD request is twofold. First, to allow a restaurant with a drive-through at the north end of the building, and second, to allow a change in the amount of landscaping provided. The original request in 2003 was approved without a drive-through component in order to provide for all the required landscaping. The other change, is the addition of 2 parking spaces along the eastern portion of the site, which will require the removal of a portion of the parking island. And that's up. It's kind of hard to see there. Although signage is shown on the building, no information was provided. All signage will need to comply with city requirements. The building will remain the same, except for the addition of the drive-through area, where a drive-through window will be added and dressed in a combination of porcelain tile and faux wood wall cladding. Here we have a look at the floor plan. The yellow represents the side of the drive-through or the north end of the site, and you can see that there's doors on both sides of the building. In terms of landscaping, the biggest change to this site is the removal of some of the landscape area on the north side of the property in order to provide for a drive-through lane. The drive-through lane is approximately 10 feet wide, 200 feet long. In an attempt to offset the landscape area deficiency, the applicant is proposing to add additional trees on site in the islands along the eastern perimeter and in the drive-through area. In addition, they will be providing some hardscape in the form of stamped concrete at the entrance and exit of the drive-through area. The PD condition is to allow the landscaping as presented. So again, this is a zoning change request. We did send out notices. 10 were sent out within the required 200 feet as required by state law, an additional 84 courtesy notices within the 800 feet, and we received no responses. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of PD 320 TC, subject to the following conditions. 1, to allow a restaurant with a drive-through area as presented. 2, to allow for the landscaping as presented. 3, that the hours of operation shall not exceed 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. 4, that any proposed signage shall require a separate submittal and permit. And 5, that the restaurant must be served by an adequately sized grease trap on site. That is the end of my presentation, but the applicant is here as well if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Perrin-Boswell? Seeing none, does the applicant, oh, Mayor Pro Tem Nevels, I'm sorry.
Hey, Mary, thank you so much for the presentation. I was going to ask, the signage that we saw on there, is that the scale of the proposed signage that they're looking at? Because it looks like they're maybe taking advantage of the newer sign regulations that we have in place. Is that accurate?
So these are just kind of just graphic presentations.
They haven't submitted signs yet?
No.
Okay.
Because we talked to them, said, if you have something that is going to be, that you need some kind of exception for, this is the time to bring it forward. They didn't at that time, so we told them, okay, everything has to comply with our regulations.
Okay. Just based on the renderings, it looked like they were taking advantage of the larger square footage that we're allowing now because it's front facing and back facing on the street, so.
I think it was just to show, we haven't approved anything.
Cool,
in
excellent.
terms of signage.
Thanks, Mary.
Mr. Land.
Okay, thank you. Just a real quick question. Appreciating their hours are 10 to 10. The way that this is worded, shall not exceed. So if they want to open up at 7 in the morning and start doing breakfast, say it's a future of Jason's Deli, would they have to go through a zoning change to make that change?
I'm going to say yes, but Mr. Hager here will.
If you want, you could allow the staff to approve as long between 7 and 10 or late hours. Just have it approved in administrative.
Thank you, because I don't want to tell an applicant that's going to come back and they change their business model and they start serving breakfast. Oh, by the way, you got to go through a whole zoning change again.
We used to.
I understand, but I don't want us to have to do that.
Since it's a PD, you could allow that to be approved administratively. Or they could just make a motion. Or you could just go ahead and change it.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be easier just to change it from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.?
Well, I don't know. I just guessed at 7 o'clock. I am not trying to get in your business or whoever's business as far as it goes. I just want to create the flexibility that if you change your business model, that you don't have to go through this whole process again. That's my intent.
And it will at least allow some administrative review of what they do want to do if you allow the staff to review it. That's my own issue.
Right. I'm not trying to change the 10 p.m. because it's the start time.
So either way, it's fine with your
Thank you, sir.
Anytime.
Any other comments or questions for Ms. Perrin-Boswell? The applicant, have any comments or presentation or anything you'd like to say?
Come and respectfully ask for approval. You want me to come to the mic, please?
Yes, name and address, please.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Alan Hinckley, 12300 Park Central Drive, Dallas, Texas. We just respectfully request approval tonight. We have the architect for Jason's Deli, and if y'all had some consideration of the hours, we're relying on what Jason's wanted in terms of the hours. So if you wanted to extend those or give staff some consideration there, we would greatly appreciate that.
That gives us a little bit of insight. Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Hinckley? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Council, any other? Yeah. Councilmember Hinojosa-Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Mary, can you just show me again, if you don't mind, the route for the drive-through? I just wanted to understand that real quick. the flow of traffic, that's what I was looking for.
Okay, so you would come in, say you came in off the Town Center Boulevard side. You pull up to the north side of the building, and I don't have a pointer, so I apologize. And then you would pull in.
Okay.
And then, so go from Town Center out towards Denton Tap.
Through here and around.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And then
Thank
you
you.
could go either north or south that way.
Oh, those are the little cars, gotcha. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't put any moving cars.
Okay, I just wanted to understand, because I thought that's what I had seen, but then I was trying to figure out if, yeah, if there was just like a, yeah, from the other side, right, absolutely, right. I just wanted to understand kind of how that was gonna work there, but, okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I will accept a motion. Councilmember Hinojosa-Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to close the public hearing and approve item 10 with conditions, along with confirmation of hours for item 3.
Could you define
Well,
confirmation
and
of
I just say
hours?
that because of what City Manager Land mentioned about the 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And so can our staff just confirm that that's okay with the applicant? Or,
Just to clarify, what I'm saying is the flexibility.
well, and what I would alter then is just to say hours of operation shall not exceed 10 p.m. daily. But I'll look to my other council members to give me some comments.
So we have a motion on the table to approve item number 10. And
I would recommend you go ahead and make it from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Because late hours that would be something I'd be more concerned about, people out at 11 or 12 at night than I am at 7 or 8 in the morning.
Thank you. So I think I need to hear that from Councilmember Hinojosa-Smith.
Okay, yes, absolutely. So I move to close the public hearing, approve item 10 with conditions, with item 3 amending the hours from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second on that? Second by Mayor Pro Tem Nevels. Any discussion, question? Councilmember Prem Kumar.
Thank you, Mayor. A quick question for the city attorney. Since P&Z approved the restriction 3 as 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., if we change that, does it have to go back to P&Z?
No.
No.
Thank you.
You have the authority to do that.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No, I just wanted to comment that I'm excited to see big brands like Jason's Deli choosing Coppell. Obviously, we recently had Trader Joe's come into town as well, and just it really shows the confidence that these companies have in our city. So we were very, very excited. I know I'm personally very excited to welcome them to town. So just great to have another great option, to dine in our city. So I just want to say thank you to the applicants for bringing this great concept to our city.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa-Smith, Carol, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew Hill in favor, none opposed, the motion carries.
Thank you very much. Moving on, item number 11 is our city manager report with future agendas, project update, and directions from work session.
All right, Mayor, thank you. Mayor and Council, the request for proposals are out or is out for the Vision 2040 refresh, which was part of the 24-25 work plan. This will be an opportunity for the community to learn about the progress that's been made since it was first adopted in 2019, and then provide any input and feedback about the current priorities and goals. Magnolia Park Trail, the contractor continues to work on dewatering the pond. Woodhurst, the project is substantially complete. The contractor is working on final cleanup. Dart, if you're going along East Beltline, it's called Volley Drive. So they're finishing up the driveway over there. Basically, that's where the concrete plant is and everything. Trying to put it in perspective for you. Across from the volleyball courts. Fire Station 5, exterior masonry and waterproofing is in process. The service center, the parking lot is complete. The construction on the new building is beginning. And Freeport Northwestern traffic signal, the contractor is installing the ADA ramps and the power conduit for the connection to Encore. Mayor, that concludes my comments.
So, dewatering the pond?
Still, yes.
That's a new word for me.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
They're making the water go away.
Oh, okay. Item number 11 is mayor and council reports on recent and upcoming events. I wanted to compliment the city on the response of the city staff to the weather on Thursday and Friday. Fortunately, it was not nearly as severe as it could have been, but our staff was completely prepared and ready to go. It was essentially, due to the preparedness here, a non-event, fortunately. So thank you very much, Mike, and please pass the comments along to everyone that worked many hours, I'm sure, over the last week. The City of Coppell Administrative Offices, the Coppell Municipal Court, the Coppell Animal Services, the Biodiversity Education Center, the Coppell Art Center, the Cosby Library and Community Commons, and the Coppell Senior and Community Center will be closed on Monday, January 20th in observance of MLK Day. Regular business hours will resume Tuesday, January 21st. The Wagon Wheel Tennis and Pickleball Center will be open 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and the Core will be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Monday, January 20th. That concludes my comments. Item number 12 is public service announcements concerning items of community interest with no council action or deliberation. Do we have any PSAs? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Nevels.
No, I just wanted to say, we had a citizen, come today and talk about our director, Jessica Carpenter, and the the AEDs and stuff. And I just wanted to say thank you to our city staff for making something like that happen. It seems like a very little work for us, but how important that was for her family and for others that may have those similar concerns. I just want to praise our staff for that. And then I also want to give a shout out to our community development department. I had a couple citizens, some comments on Facebook about trash collection. And so I said, send me an email and we'll get it. By the time that they had emailed me their concerns, they immediately sent another email and said they were running a little late, but trash got picked up, and they were basically, I don't know what you did. So I know sometimes that our, when we have weather events and things like that, people tend to kind of look at the, well, my trash didn't get picked up. Well, I think it just goes to show that they were working until the job got done. So just wanted to give a shout out to our community development department and Republic Services, our waste management partner as well. So just want to say that.
Thank you very much. Item number 13 is necessary action from executive session. There was no action necessary. So therefore, there being no further business before this council, we are adjourned at 9:25 p.m.